event. A special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it. And business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited. Also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. And Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do it to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel. Yes, so our conversation today focuses on building scalable catering brands as African food entrepreneurs. Joining me to have this conversation is the founder and CEO, Niger Plates, Osoma Uchechi Hope. Hope has built a recognized catering and food delivery brand serving customers across Lagos. Her experience growing from a local food vendor into a trusted catering service positions her to share practical lessons on pricing, customer trust, operational growth, and scaling food businesses sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the beautiful Hope in the studio. Hello, Hope.
Hi, good morning.
I hope I don't murder the name because I heard Uchechi, right?
It's actually Osoma.
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 Yes.
Oh,
Osoma
okay.
Uchechi.
Okay, so what does Osoma mean?
It simply symbolizes great strength in Delta State. I'm from Delta State.
A great strength. Ah, that's beautiful. Strength. One day you have enough strength to be turning those pots of jollof rice. Okay, so you were just a vendor, then you scaled up to building a brand, you understand? So now the question is, there are so many people who are also doing this daily order, or that's all they do. So how can caterers, those into the catering business, how can they scale up from just being the regular daily order delivery to a brand, to building a brand like you already have?
Okay, thank you very much. It's actually not, it's not an easy transition. I wouldn't say it is. But it all stems from consistency and focus. In the sense that the quality of food you put out there that you deliver during your doorstep delivery, it gives the clients the assurance that if they give you the opportunity to cater for their events, you would do well. Me, for instance, when I started my business, I did not know that I would become a caterer that would cater to events all the way in, like, far away Anambra State, the Lagos State, and the likes, because I grew up in Lagos and all that. So how mine even came about, it still remains a miracle because it was from a single tag, Facebook tag, just a tag.
Wow.
That was how I just became what I am today. Yes. So when I got that tag, considering the fact that I didn't have any experience about outdoor catering, I really didn't make profits from that job because I undercharged. And then I delivered exceedingly well. The client was very impressed, and she has a very huge fan base. So she made, she made a review, an open review. She's this PDF Hairs, Madam Linda Shinimirian Paul, that's her name. She's the CEO of PDF Hairs. So she made a review on her page, and that was how the whole thing just blew up. Whoa. So what I'm trying to say is, when you have this doorstep delivery, they will come in very small quantities, like very small volume. You might have, the days I stayed, there was no orders at all. I didn't even go out to say, okay, I want to become a food vendor. Okay, I grew up, I've always liked cooking. I grew up with, like, I had this passion of cooking right from inception, right? So during the lockdown, my brother was in my house, my mom, you know, family, everybody. So I was always cooking variety of dishes, and then my brother, foodie, is always eating, and I'll post, I like take a picture and post on my Facebook handle. So from there, someone just said, okay, I want this particular food your brother is eating.
Oh.
Yeah, that order I sold it for about 8,000 naira. I didn't know how to cost it. I ran a loss as well, but from that particular one, my business just picked up.
Yes, I like what you said now, that you, as a then, you never understood the pricing pattern. So, how did you get to know how to do the pricing? And there are many people that are also making that mistake right now. When it comes to pricing, what should people look out for when they are, because this catering business, it involves a whole lot of buying.
To be on the safer side, in terms of pricing, I'll strongly advise you go for bulk buying.
Okay.
When you bulk buy, there's tendency of having more profit, and then you deliver more quality.
Okay.
But when you buy in bits and bits, you definitely run at a loss. And then pricing is a very technical part of catering.
Yeah. Because
if you miss it, you will not only run a loss, you would be in debt at the end of the day. So it's a very sensitive part of catering, that pricing of a thing. Now, if you're producing in mass, like you're cooking in large quantity, it's better than when you're cooking, when you're taking order for just one. That's why I tell most of my students, I say, if you know you want to be delivering in plates, it's not an issue. But make it in a way that you put it out there. Okay, today's menu is jollof rice and chicken. Tomorrow we have onubu soup and fufu. So that today you will have at least 3, 4, 5 plates, as opposed to when just one customer wants a plate of rice and chicken. The cost with which you prefer a plate of rice and chicken will be much more than what you're going to charge for a plate of rice and chicken. So when you have more orders, like you have 5 plates to deliver, and then you take 3,000 from this person, just for example, then you take 3,000 times 5. It gives you a better room to walk around that 15,000 naira and get results, as opposed to when you take just 3,000 naira for a plate for that particular day, and you're looking for how to dance around that 3,000 naira. You calculate the cost with which you get the material for cooking, the cost for packaging the food. Then you calculate your money for gas that you're using to cook the food, your transportation to the market to get those ingredients. Before you now say you want to get your profit, how do you dance around 3,000 in that situation? So that is why it is better you have multiple plates in a day, even if it's 3, 4, 5. That's where you're able to pull it off, as opposed to when you just one.
Yeah, you know, many people think catering is just, it's just to cook and you know, just to stir the pot. Now, take us through some of the processes. For me to become a caterer, what do you think are the basic things required? Maybe, who knows, I can just turn out, hello, to become like, but no, take us through the process of this catering business. And what are the things, those that are coming in, new people that are coming in, there are some things that they need to avoid, some mistakes that you made that you will not want, just as you said, you will not want your students to make, apart from the pricing. Can you take us through some of this?
Okay, thank you. To be a seasoned caterer, first of all, you need to have that passion. It has to be inborn. Because when your strength fails you, when you meet when you get to the market and you see harsh market realities, your passion should be able to drive you to deliver exceedingly well. To be a successful caterer, please go to catering school.
Okay.
When I started, I was yet to attend the catering school. But being that I grew up in a background where my mom was a roadside food seller, her best friend, a Calabar woman, was a food seller, her other friend, an Igbo woman from Enugu, was practically selling abacha. So I grew up in the midst of these women. But it still did not teach me the things I learned in catering school. So if you want to be a seasoned caterer, go to catering school to learn the rudiments of being a caterer. After that, when you have a contract, please be transparent.
Okay.
Transparency pays a lot. That is the only way you can build credibility. Please, if somebody charges you, somebody says, okay, please, I want you to deliver, my clients, I'm expecting 200 guests. 200 guests. You find out from the person if it is a strictly by invitation event, because this is Nigeria.
Yeah.
Then you prepare for contingencies. You never can tell. I might invite Mr. Wale and the wife. Mr. Wale and the wife will come with their nanny, the driver. And if the food does not go around for everybody, your clients will pounce on you, the caterer. Everybody will pounce on you, the caterer. And then there are some guests at events that wants to eat everything on the menu. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is a very dicey, it's a very profitable business, but you need to be very, very smart.
Okay, so in a situation where it is not strictly by invitation, so you have to put all that into calculation.
Yes.
Is that what Yoruba calls Ugbomoya?
Mogbomoya.
Okay, I got
yes,
that.
the event of Mogbomoya, which is always.
Yeah.
Even if, in the absence of Mogbomoya, you still see a guest that has eaten fried rice, that has eaten all the rice dishes, will still be shouting that he or she has not eaten because they've not had swallow. Nigerians are very particular with their swallow. And then all these staple foods on the side, abacha, ukwa, and the likes. You know, pepper soup, grilled fish. As long as they don't have everything on that menu, a typical Nigerian guest at an event will tell you, I did not eat anything.
I understand
and all this, it falls back on the caterer's head.
Yeah.
Because they'll say, oh, I paid you 1 million naira, I paid you this, I paid you that, you didn't deliver. Meanwhile, you did.
Okay.
And then another angle a professional caterer should look at is your vendors. Very, very important. Because I've had that mistake. It was a very bad one for me. You know, I got dragged, I got insulted. There was nothing, I wasn't put through because I made a singular mistake. I trusted a vendor, right? It was a wedding. So I trusted a vendor with the drinks for that wedding. But the vendor under-delivered. So the guests, because I was the one that brought, I can't start telling the guests, oh, I'm sorry, it's the fault of, I had to take the fall. But I learned my lesson there.
Yeah.
I won't go all the way for that, like for guests again. In the sense that is where transparency comes to play. Please be very transparent. All your vendors, have a meeting with your vendors so you know what is obtainable as and when due. Yeah. And then brand your business.
Yeah, that's actually looking to. That's where my next question was. No
matter how small it is, please brand your business and be consistent. We live in a world today where social media is the order of the day. There are so many social media platforms, you know. Consistency is the biggest currency in this catering business. As long as you're consistent, you won't know who's looking. Yeah. You will never know who's looking, you know. Like some of the celebrities I tend to, that has patronized me before. Yeah. I never knew any of them from anywhere. Wow. They all came from online. So you wouldn't know who's looking. Be consistent. And then do not reduce, don't substitute your quality for what you're being paid. Yeah. Don't reduce your quality because, okay, so normally a platter of abacha, let's say it's 2,000 naira, and the client is saying, please let me pay you 1,000 naira. It's not ordinary abacha. It's not, because you're trying to make sales, you just take the 1,000 and then you under-deliver. Yeah. You won't know, apart from the guest, that particular client is in that particular order, you wouldn't know if he's going to have company or share in that particular, and then the reviews just go like wildfire. Just go like that. Okay, so you've been talking about consistency. So why do many vendors find it difficult to make consistent profits? Because they miscalculate. Okay. They miscalculate. Like I said earlier, it is better to take what you know you can handle than to just rush anything that comes your way in the name of I want to sell out.
So apart from going to catering school now, because when you now get to catering school, they're going to teach you these calculations you're talking about, right? Now, we have so many of them by the roadside. We have so many of them. Because I'm still going to ask you that how you are able to manage orders. But some of them, we see them by the road. They have the dream of scaling, but they are not able to scale. But you were able to manage all these so many orders. What did you do exactly? What system did you put in place to help you manage the orders that were coming?
Well, I don't believe in being an island. I employed staff.
Okay.
And then I assigned their duties accordingly. There are those in charge of markets, procurement of materials.
Okay.
There are those in charge of packaging. There are those in charge of making sure that the brands, like all the stickers, cling film, and the disposable plates that we use to package this food, the coolers, everything. There are people in charge. There are those in charge of taking orders when they come, and there are those in charge of logistics. You cannot do it alone. No man is an island. You need a hand, even if it's just 2 people. But you don't just start your business and then you're employing without, you have to do feasibility study of what the business is capable of giving at the end of the day. So you need helping hands.
Were you just by the roadside at some point when you were starting?
That was in my house.
Okay. Oh, everything was from home. Wow. So the kitchen, I can only imagine how the house was anyway. At that time. So everything started from the house. And from there you moved to?
Matter of fact, I had no idea as to how. Like I told you, my mom was a food vendor, roadside. Her best friend, the Calabar woman, Calabar, was also a food vendor. She sells all this ekpan kukwa and the likes on the roadside. And they had another friend, an Igbo woman from Enugu that was into abacha. So their own packaging, that was what I was working with at the time.
Yeah, okay.
So the first order I had was from Facebook. And the man ordered them, I think it was €4, and I just did the order and sent it off. I did not cling film it, I did not add cutlery, I did not add, So he called and said the food was so nice, but he's in the office, he had to eat with his hands. I felt so bad. It didn't occur to me. So this is where branding and packaging comes to play. So I learned on the job.
Wow.
So I sat down one day, trying to get a better understanding of what this catering entails. I had to start counting I had to start measuring how many cups of this peak milk cup makes a 50 kg bag of rice.
Oh!
Yes. That was how I discovered that, okay, a bag of rice is standard, a normal, we have rebagged from 50 kg. A normal, like a standard 50 kg bags of rice contains 12.5 painters of rice.
Okay.
And that bag of rice, 50 kg, that was when I realized that, okay, still on the job, I realized that, okay, I had an event, all right? I had an event for like 400 people. And then I was still learning on the job that time, and I cooked 2 bags of rice. It was surplus, the food was everywhere. I had to go back to my drawing table, and then I realized, okay, at the end of the day, I realized, okay, a bag of rice feeds 350 people. Conveniently. 3 big scoops. Not, there are some scoops. If you want to do wayo.
Oh, those scoops. I understand.
So 3 big scoops for one person feeds 350 people. Bags of rice. 1 bag of rice, 150 kg bag of rice feeds 350. So if in a situation where you still see some caterers, they use that 1 bag of rice feed 400, 450. When they reduce the quantity, like the size of the scoop and all that. So it was during my own personal investigation, I was like, okay, let me know how many bags of rice I need to cater for so event. That is when I started catering for all these corporate bodies, What I learned from there is transparency is a very, very strong tool in this business.
Yeah.
Transparency is the strongest tool you can have as a seasoned caterer.
Wow.
That is what will breed your credibility.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
Way.
No.
Yes. credibility and transparency is what will help you to scale in the catering business. That is what Hope has just said. But we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, she'll be telling us about the money side. And that's the part she doesn't want to talk about. As I'm talking now, she's scratching her head. But, you know, we'll go on this quick break. We'll be right back.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We're still talking about catering business in Africa, how lucrative it is, how we can scale from just small shops to big events, how we can turn this catering industry, our recipes, how we can make them travel far and wide. And Hope is still in the studio with me as we're having this beautiful conversation together. All right, Hope.
Thank you.
So, before the break, you were talking about the measurement, the ability to measure some of these things and all that. So you talked about the scoop, that's using spoon. Now, some persons don't know how to measure when it is the usual plates, the one we normally call the takeaway pack and all that. So if with what you've calculated now, you know how many people a bag of rice would serve, but how about someone who is into the same business and does not know how to measure the scoop or does not deal with scoop? The person uses those plastic bags. How would the person be able to measure the number of persons to consume a bag, for instance, of rice?
Okay. It depends on the volume of the order involved.
Okay.
Let's say you have an order for takeout plates, 25 plates or 20 plates. I wouldn't advise the person to cook more than 1 pinta of rice.
Okay.
1 pinta of rice contains 4.5 derica of rice. So with 1 derica of rice, you will conveniently feed 5 people.
Wow.
And have a little left. Okay. So it's not that difficult, honestly. Okay. Yeah, for let's say you're catering for you want to deliver 20 packs of plates.
Yeah.
1 pinta of rice is okay.
Wow.
Because a pinta of rice contains 4.5 derica of rice.
Okay.
A derica of rice contains 4 meal cups.
Okay. That measurement is not for me right now because she's actually breaking it down. For her, it contains a number of cups. As also teaspoon of. Thank you for Hope for that. But, okay, let's move to the business aspect.
Okay.
Is it a lucrative business or it is just a feeding business?
It is both.
Okay.
It's a very lucrative business. The food industry is it's very broad, it's vast.
Wow.
And it is very lucrative. If you have your target audience and you have repeating clients, that's the beauty of it. When you have clients that are always returning clients, sorry.
Yeah.
You have clients that are always, and then they make referrals for even those that are in diaspora and the likes. It's a very lucrative business. And another angle to it is you have food at home all the time. You don't just have food. You have varieties of food at home, but you cannot eat it because when you cook, you're already fed.
Yeah, I understand that part, yes.
So as I said, it's both ways.
So would you say that anyone coming to it, the person would be making a profit of, let's say, on the average?
Depends on if you check the location.
Okay.
Of the person and the proximity to where you, as a food vendor, you need to know where your client's strength, location-wise.
Okay.
Like when I started, most of my clients when I started, I was at Ikotun.
Okay.
Most of my clients were at Festac. Like 70–80% of my clientele base were at Festac. I had about 10% in Lekki. I had 3–4% in Ibadan. You know, so most of my clients at the time, I sold mostly abacha. That was where this nickname of abacha queen came from. Yes, then you'd see 5 dispatch riders at my doorstep waiting for me to fill each of their boxes with abacha. Then now, you know, for companies, corporate bodies started reaching out. Could you suppliers, launch packs? Okay, we're having seminars, NGOs, and the likes of it. So,
okay. So now you talked about returning customers. What do you need to do for customers to keep coming back?
Okay. Just provide quality service and be on time.
Okay.
At times, you will say, okay, the food vendor proposes but the dispatch rider.
Wow. Okay. That's another one.
That's
okay. No, the food vendor does what?
Proposes.
The dispatch rider disposes.
Do you get?
Okay.
I've had situations where riders ran away with my food. These are the laws of the business. So what I did in that, to curtail that problem was, I decided to start engaging the services of this Uber courier. They didn't pay me for advert though. Uber courier, Bolt courier, very reliable. Any issues I can easily report to Uber. But you see all these roadside riders, even when they come from logistics companies, it's a give or take, you know. There are situations where if they don't run away with your food, they tamper with your food and all that.
Wow.
So there are a lot of challenges in this business. But regardless, the profit far outweighs
the losses. Yeah, that
outweighs it.
That's a beautiful one. Then you talked about clients. Who are your clients? Because I understand the part that yes, everybody needs food, and the society has made it that if you're a woman and you do not know how to cook, you are not a complete woman. So everybody is trying to flex their muscles. Everybody wants to prove that, yes, I can cook. Everybody is trying to say, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this, I can do that, you know, all those kind of things. I can cook whatever it is that I want to cook. But now, you keep using the word, returning clients. Who are your clients? Are they women that are patronizing you? Or is it just men? Or you're just dealing with companies? And whom do you work with?
I work with corporate bodies.
Okay.
I work with celebrities. I work with the average Nigerian. I have even students, you know. I have student packages and stuff like that.
Oh.
So when I say returning clients, what I do, this is like a trade secret, but I think it will help a lot of upcoming
Yes.
Let's say Mr. Obi orders a plate of jollof rice. And then Mrs. Amaka orders a plate of onubu soup. These are two different delicacies. You make the orders, right? Of course, you'll have a little leftover from both. You interchange. You put a little of onubu soup. You attach it to the jollof rice as complimentary on the house.
Oh.
And for the onubu soup, you put a little jollof rice as complimentary on the house. Now, when these clients receive their orders, they taste the other delicacy you attach to the food. It gives them an idea of your capability in cooking that particular delicacy. That's when you see them coming back. Please, that soup you added for me, Daddy, can you make a bowl of it for me? That was how I started cooking in bowls. Initially, I was making in takeout plates. But in less than 2 months, I started getting orders. Can I have 5-liter bowl of pepper soup? Can I have 10-liter bowl? Can I have 3-liter bowls? That was how it grew to that point.
Well, that's a beautiful strategy. How many people do you think will adopt that style?
That's why I'm saying that you have to be passionate about it. If you're not passionate about it, you look at it like you're cheating yourself.
Okay.
Not knowing that you're trying indirectly marketing yourself like that, through that avenue.
Okay, so talking about a bowl of food, 5 liters, how much does that go for instance?
It depends on the proteins.
Okay, yes, okay. If one wants to order I don't want to deal with jollof rice. We've logged jollof rice in this part of the world.
Let's do abacha.
No, not abacha. There's this white soup that
Ofinsala.
Yes, ofinsala. If one wants to order for a 5-liter of ofinsala, how much would that go for?
It depends on what the client wants in terms of proteins. Okay. There are some people that are seafood lovers. There are people that are just give me, I don't care, any protein you like, just put for me.
Do you make fisherman soup?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, but just continue with the ofinsala.
So, the amount I will charge someone that wants just ofinsala with just goat meat and stockfish is different from the amount I will charge somebody that wants the same 5-liter bowl of ofinsala that wants it with fresh fish, goat meat, stockfish, and pomo. You see why I said the proteins determines the price. But on the average, because it's you.
Because it's me. Did you hear that? Okay.
Because it's you.
Oh, okay.
Let's do 90K.
Oh, all right. Okay, so we went through your profile and we saw that you have some clients even outside Nigeria. Okay. Is it that you export food from here, prepared food from here to them over there, or how did they become your clients while they are abroad?
Okay, that's where referral came to play in my own case. I think some of them visited, and then their family ordered from me. So on their way back, that was how they told me, okay, cook, I want to take it back to UK. I want to take it back. That was how I started delivering it.
Wow.
But I'll have to freeze it though. I'll have to freeze it like 72 hours. It has to be rock solid. Then now package it in that same, like I like when you cook it, you allow it to cool off completely, naturally. You're not putting on that, just leave it to cool off. Then you now package it inside the Ziploc, leave it very flat, put it in the freezer. It becomes rock solid. When it's rock solid, you now put it inside insulated bag and deliver. So in most cases, especially those in UK, by the time you get to UK, it's still rock solid.
Wow. So, which means the Abacha Queen actually exports food. So, when we say we've got a big fish in the studio,
oh my God.
We've got a big fish, and she's doing amazingly well. Now, what would you tell that woman that is by the roadside and doesn't know how to scale up? Because we can't keep doing daily delivery. You will be stuck. So, and these people, some of them don't have the idea. So what's your advice to that person by the roadside? Like, you can do better. Although we're going to talk about your school briefly. But let's talk about these women that are sitting by the roadside right now.
Okay. I would say, most of these roadside women, most of their customer base are just the everyday, like people that just want to have something to eat, all. So doesn't seem like so. They end up procuring these low quality food materials like the rotten tomatoes. Not all of them. Not all of them. So to scale up, I would say do better. Get better quality ingredients for your business. Then think bigger. They say the sky is not. People that know me online say, I always say the sky is big enough for every bird to fly. Think bigger. Think outside the box. Revamp your space. Make it neat. Make it attractive. The eyes fits first before the mouth. Because you see some roadside sellers, you won't even want to go past where they're selling. That's better. So revamp your space. Do a total overhauling. Clean up.
Wow.
Get competent hands, people that are presentable.
Yeah.
That are, they have interpersonal skills. Even if it's 2.
Yeah.
Then you focus. Delegate it. You can't do it all. Most of them want to do it. They would rather be doing it themselves and then as their kids are growing up. I grew up to see my mom had like three salespersons when I was growing up. So that was when I knew that you can't do it all. When I started, I was doing market runs. I was doing everything.
And you were burning out.
I was burning out. But I was seeing the money, though.
But I was not showing.
I was burning out. But when I got more hands, more competent hands, I became a bit relaxed. I supervise.
Yeah.
Most times, 95% of the time, I do the cooking. They just do the packaging and logistics and all that. But for events, I ensure that I do, I ensure that I'm always there. Just those of you dicing the onions, chopping pepper, doing this, make sure everything is ready. If I ask for this, you give me. If I ask for this, ask for this. Let me couple it myself. I don't want a situation where they'll say, oh, it is Nigeria plate that cooked it.
Yeah.
And I'm called upon and I'm looking lost.
But why did you use the name Ninja Plates?
Oh, wow. Oh, that's a long story.
Okay, but let's make it short because we still have a few minutes, so let's make it short.
Actually, when I started my food business, I called it burnt offering.
Okay.
I called it burnt offering. Doesn't mean that the first jollof rice I made for a client was burnt. He said he wanted smoky jollof rice. So I thought I had to make it like very, very burnt. So from there, I think my brother was like, this one I burnt off, you know? So we called it burnt off, but you know the way Nigerians are. So they started reaching out that, no, this name is looking like something sacrificial, like rituals. Can you just change the name? So I wanted to go for Niger baskets. My mom was like, no. Why not use plates? Just put Niger plates. That's so that you can, because I can cook from all this Calabar food, you know, different other states. I can't. I know how to do them very well. So she was like, she thinks it would encompass to just put Niger plates. So I asked my sister, what do you think? I asked everyone that was there to ask my dad, everyone. Like, Niger plates is very good. I don't think, just use Niger plates. So that's how. Even to tell you how far my business went, I was not the one that paid for my CAC registration of my business. It was a client that was abroad. After I delivered to her mom was really happy. You know, it is very difficult to impress the taste bud of the aged ones in the society. Yes. But the woman was very impressed. She really, really loved the food. She made her daughter to order again. So she was like, her mom hardly ever eats people's food. So for her mom to have really, really said my food was nice, that what do I want that she just wants to do something that will be remarkable for my brand. I said, I'll get back to her. But she was like, have you registered your brand? I said, no, okay, I'll do business. And she said, no, I'll register it for you for free as a company.
Wow.
That's how I became.
Oh, that's beautiful. Nice one. Okay, so briefly, you talked about having students. Is it that you run an academy? No,
it's online. Online.
Okay, it's online. You
yes,
teach
and
them.
yes, and there's, you know, you made a statement that you made a statement about something about food being relating to the female gender. Actually, in my class, I have males and females that are like.
No, yes, there are males who are into cooking. Of course, beautiful chefs that are cooks. Male, yes. But what I meant was, traditionally, people tell you, not back in the days. There is still on now. People tell you that if you're a woman and you do not know how to cook, you are an incomplete woman. You
in 2026? In 2026?
Yeah, it happens, you know.
I'll tell you that the male folks are actually competing with the female folks when it comes to cooking right now.
Yeah.
Like at times in my class, when I give assignments, you know, when I teach, I give assignments from time to time. At times, the male come tops. It doesn't mean that their female counterparts are underperforming, but it is impressive. I see it as impressive, you know. It is not. Cooking is not a female-dominated.
It's not longer. Right?
I will boldly say that it is not anymore.
Okay, yeah, that's beautiful. And thank you so much, Hope, for all that. So, she is known as the Abacha Queen, right?
Food Dr. Hope. The Abacha Queen.
The Abacha Queen. Yeah, how did you get her name again?
It was online. So you call me Abacha Benders, or because of the different types of Abacha I deliver.
Okay, Abacha has varieties.
Yeah, what's different? Yeah, we have the Enugu, Abacha Enugu from Anambra. In Enugu, you have Abacha Udi, you have so many things.
Okay. I'm knowing that for the first time anyways. And once again, Hope, thank you for coming on the show.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate you. And thank you for making people understand that, yes, our food can actually go across the borders. Yes. We can actually travel. And, you know, for those of you that still feel, I do not have the money, I cannot go far, I wanted that, you just have to start and scale up. You cannot limit yourself to where you are now. So it is very important. Once again, thank you for coming on the show. Yes, at the beginning of the show, you said you're from Delta State?
Yes, I'm from Ika, speaking part of Delta State.
Oh, Agbo.
Oh, yes, I'm from Agbo.
Agbo. All right. So you use Ika to say hello to your staff, to your family, to your fans, to your clients. Those in Nigeria and those abroad, you're going to tell them that, yes, Abacha Queen is in the studio at SOUQ News Television, and they should keep watching SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show in Ika, not in Pidgin English.
That's
so, over to you, Hope. Thank you.
Am I supposed to say that?
Yeah.
Hold it. Don't know. Thinking. FM Uche, and the Just Africa show. What do you call it?
SOUQ News Television.
SOUQ News Television, Just African show. I can read in the Koko Abacha because I don't mind Abia State when Mumaligbo. So maybe my Abacha, maybe Yuri Chiche. Because don't Eleni SOUQ News Television, Just African show. Subscribe no, very good. I very much that no make. Can do your body book and do Nigeria no make. And don't know.
Thank you very much. I'm going to send this part to my mom anyways.
Really?
Yeah, yes. So, thank you once again for coming on the show. All right, so Africa's story has always been told through food, through the hands that stir, the fire that burns, the tables where we gather. Building a scalable catering brand is not just about cooking more. It is about thinking bigger, designing systems, protecting standards, and positioning culture with confidence. Because when African food entrepreneurs move from hustle to structure, from survival to strategy, something powerful happens. Our flavors travel further, just as what Hope is doing right now. Our businesses grow stronger, and our legacy becomes sustainable. To every caterer, chef, and food visionary listening, your kitchen is not small. Your culture is not local, and your brand can be global. That's how we've come to the first segment of Just Africa. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll move straight to the second segment with another interesting guest. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Across the lush southern corridors of Nigeria, a quiet revolution is taking root, rooted in the oil palm plantations of Edo and Delta states. Once the pride of West Africa and a global supplier of palm oil in the pre-independence era, Nigeria is returning to its agricultural strength. The rise in demand for palm oil, both domestically and globally, is fueling a new boom, one that is redefining investment flows, empowering communities, and reawakening an indigenous industry long overshadowed by crude oil. Investors have earmarked over $855 million for oil palm cultivation in Edo State alone. Under the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, 114,000 hectares of land have been allocated, with 65,000 already accessed and 18,000 hectares cultivated. Companies like Okomu Oil and Presco, both listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, are not just expanding, they are thriving despite economic headwinds. In Delta State, the story is equally robust. Through the Delcom cooperative model, 130,000 hectares have been released by local communities, engaging 145 companies and over 3,000 smallholder farmers. This homegrown initiative is not just restoring livelihoods, it is building wealth from the roots up. This resurgence reflects the deeper uniqueness of Africa, our ability to blend tradition with innovation, and to transform natural abundance into economic might. As Nigeria reduces palm oil imports, saves foreign exchange, and creates thousands of jobs, the continent watches. The palm oil boom is not just an agricultural story, it is an African story. One of resilience, self-reliance, and a return to prosperity built on the soil of our ancestors. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to to international standards. Independent production spaces with full technical support. Special coverage for individual and corporate events. A special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it. And business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Listen, go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
They use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on top the Isle 95.9 FM.
Senegal stands tall as one of West Africa's most stable and forward-looking nations, a country where tradition and modernity blend with remarkable harmony. With its strategic location on the Atlantic coast, Senegal has long served as a gateway for commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange across the continent. From the historic island of Gorée, an enduring symbol of the transatlantic slave trade, to the vibrant streets of Dakar, pulsing with art, music, and entrepreneurship, Senegal's story is one of resilience, evolution, and pride. At the heart of Senegal's progress lies its democratic maturity. Often hailed as a beacon of stability in the region, Senegal has consistently demonstrated peaceful transfers of power and a robust civil society. This political foundation has allowed the country to focus on critical areas of development, including education, health, infrastructure, and innovation. The government's plan, Senegal Emergent PSE, launched in 2014, outlines an ambitious path towards sustainable economic growth, infrastructural development, and social advancement, positioning the nation as a rising force in West Africa. Senegal's economic landscape is diverse and expanding, from agriculture and fishing to digital services and energy. The country continues to attract foreign investment and regional partnerships. The new city of Diamaniadio, a flagship project under the PSC, is transforming into a hub for technology, education, and governance, reducing the strain on Dakar and symbolizing a vision of decentralized, inclusive development. Culturally, Senegal is a powerhouse. The influence of Sufi Islam, particularly the Mahrite Brotherhood, has shaped not only spiritual life, but also economic cooperation and communal cohesion. The nation's music, literature, and visual arts are internationally celebrated, with artists like Youssou N'Dour and filmmakers like Ousmane Sembene leaving indelible marks on global culture. This rich cultural identity reinforces a sense of unity and purpose, even amidst economic or political challenges. Socially, Senegal continues to prioritize youth empowerment and gender inclusion, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Investments in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship are vital. Women's roles in politics, business, and civil society are increasingly visible and impactful, further strengthening national development. Senegal also leads in diplomacy and regional integration. It is a founding member of ECOWAS and plays an active role in African Union affairs and peacekeeping missions. This outward-looking approach reinforces Senegal's role as a stabilizing force and a champion of Pan-African ideals. With its deep historical roots, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment to progress, Senegal continues to inspire a model of African development, grounded in cultural pride, democratic values, and inclusive growth. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Africa is not just a market, it is a movement, a continent, young, digital, restless, scrolling, streaming, building, buying, but more than ever before, questioning. Because today, marketing in Africa cannot just sell, it must stand, it must speak, it must mean something. From Lagos to Nairobi, Accra to Kigali, brands are discovering a new truth. Attention is cheap, but trust is currency. Visibility is everywhere, but impact is rare. And in a continent powered by youth and driven by culture, strategy is no longer optional. It is survival. So what does the future of marketing in Africa really look like? Is it louder campaigns, bigger influencers, more data, or is it deeper storytelling, sharper positioning, and purpose-driven engagement? Again, Just Africa explores the future of marketing in Africa for strategic impact, where creativity meets culture, where data meets responsibility, and where brands don't just chase trends, they shape narratives. Because the future belongs to those who don't just market to Africa, but build with Africa. Once again, welcome to the second segment of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, I'll be introducing the amazing guests I have with me in the studio. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Yes, before the break, I told you that I have a beautiful guest, handsome one for the matter, in the studio. So our guest, Femi Siri Ajayi, is the founder, Tezi the Expertise Marketing, and Martech and Media Polymath. Ajayi has built a career mastering this balance, leading award-winning campaigns, pioneering digital and experiential marketing solutions, and guiding African brands into the ad tech future. Recognized as one of Nigeria's top 35 under 35 marketing professionals in 2023 and a certified management consultant, he combines strategic insight, creative vision, and executional excellence in everything that he does. Once again, I have Ajayi with me in the studio. Hello, and welcome to Just Africa.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah, how was going to the studio?
It was okay. It wasn't the worst. Thankfully, I had some help.
Yeah. Okay, marketing. This is one big industry that people miss up a whole lot. Many people, they mix up sales, marketing and sales. Some founders don't even understand what marketing is. They believe that the moment you start talking, people just tell someone about the organization, and that is marketing. In your terms, as a professional, what is marketing?
Okay, so I would agree with you first off.
Okay.
To say that a lot of people, and it's not just founders, it's business people, it's startup founders, it's even some of the OGs in the business, right, business world. A lot of people do not understand marketing for what it is. A lot of people confuse sales with marketing. Some people confuse branding with marketing. And then you now have that struggle between what marketing is seen as and what marketing should be, right? So there's a definition of marketing that I particularly love because it just speaks to me and how I see marketing as a whole, right? And it says marketing is identifying, anticipating, and literally taking care of the needs of your customer.
Can you take that again?
Identifying, anticipating, and taking care of the needs of the customer. Okay. Marketing in a business is the voice of the customer in the business. Let me put it this way.
Okay.
So when you, or if you're looking to understand marketing properly, you would see and look at it from the angle of, I'm not selling to you.
Okay.
I'm building with you.
Okay.
Right? So if I want to, okay, so let's look at, since it's just Africa, right? Let's look at the African viewpoint and maybe the Nigerian viewpoint. And this happens worldwide, actually. So you find that a lot of people would start to take the marketing function serious when everything else is built.
Yeah.
I am totally against it. I say this loudly and on every mountaintop I climb. Marketing starts immediately you have the business idea. And this is because if marketing is done properly, marketing should show up in even the choice of name. It should show up in the style of your logo. It should show up in the colors that you use, the typography, your fonts, where you're positioned, how you're positioned, where you are located. All of that is marketing. Because the idea for good marketing is for you to be in a space where your target audience and your customers can easily find you, connect with you, interact with you, and engage with you. Very key, right? So if I want to connect with the youth, for instance, Nigeria is a youth population to a large extent, but I know the major cities. I'm going to be talking in Lagos, I'm going to be talking to Abuja, I'm going to be talking Port Harcourt, I'm going to be talking in Enugu, right? And so if I need to have hubs, I would put my hubs in those places because I am a youth brand, right? If I am an NGO or something that's maybe leaning towards a political angle to it, I know where I should be, right? And that is marketing. So marketing is not create everything else, then now call someone to come and sell.
Yes, because that is where most business, that's what most businesses do.
I agree.
Now, you, from your definition, it is you, the business owner, that should identify the needs of the people, right?
Well, the business owner or the business as a whole, which would practically stem from the marketing function of the business.
So why do we have businesses who go for selling themselves instead of trying to identify needs?
So, okay, so my business is Tezi the Experti. You almost ordered it. That's okay.
I apologize.
Right? And for us, I tell people that we are very concerned with the art of marketing.
Okay.
A lot of people are focused on the science, you know, so all the funny abbreviations, CAC, CTV, you know, cost per contact, and all of that is just nice. And even though there's the science to it, that, you know, is also very key, but I think we've lost the art, which is essentially being in a space where you understand. Look, if you are in the desert and I offer you a bottle of water, I don't have to sell to you. You're sold. If you are naked in the snow and I bring to you a blanket, I don't need to tell you, oh, this is the best blanket on the market. If you know, take this blanket from me, I'll give you a discount. I don't need to. You would take it from me, right? And that's how you understand marketing as a whole. It is understanding the audience. What does your target market need? What does your target audience need? And then you take that back into the business and you build for that.
How about businesses that don't even know their target audience?
And then that's the problem.
Now you get it. So what you as a marketer, what would you tell that business? You don't know your target audience yet you want to sell. So
not knowing target audience is one of the is one of the most absurd things in business. And it's weird that you'll find that a lot of people are on that table.
Sure.
There are a lot of businesses that want to sell to everybody. That's the first mistake. You cannot sell to everybody.
True.
You can't. Everybody cannot be your target audience. Everybody cannot. At best, you have your primary, you have your secondary, you have your tertiary. That's okay. But that's not. I'll give you an example. You're trying to sell breakfast cereal.
Yeah.
Right? Or a kiddie snack. Now, the snack is for children. But the children are not your primary target. Does that make sense?
Okay, academically, I will tell you yes. Because at least, maybe because of school, I already understand that part.
So it's for children. It's a children toy or it's a... But they're not your primary target.
The target are the parents.
Target at this point is even the mom. That's your primary target, right? But again, your secondary target is the child because the child has to kind of like what they see. So the colors, you know, the fonts. You see every breakfast cereal has an elephant, has a lion, you know, has a monkey on it. The children get excited. But excitement is not going to buy. Excitement is not going to take it off the shelf, right? So you now need to sell to the mom, who is the one who's going to pick up that breakfast cereal and say, why do I need to buy this? So that means when the mom picks up the breakfast cereal, because you understand what pushes her purchase decisions, then you see that there's a breakdown on the box of that breakfast cereal. Oh, fortified with vitamin D, you know, it has vitamin A, boost your children's, this and that, you know, it's your daily intake, and you have the breakdown of sugars, fats, proteins, and all. Every mother wants to make sure that the child is eating properly. Right? For whatever is what. Now, people can argue breakfast cereals are not healthy. I'm not going to do that here. Right? But everybody wants to see that. So if you are doing your marketing properly, you've taken into consideration all of that, and you've answered her questions on the pack of the cereal. If you do your... I'll give you an example. You see some concerts now. I'm talking live music concerts.
Okay.
And you see they've got people doing the sign language. And literally see some of them really going in hard and they're having fun with it. Almost seems like, why? Why are they doing this? Well, it's because somebody has sat down and done their proper research to realize that it's not only people who can hear that watch these concerts on TV. It's not only people who can hear the music that want to be outside in the midst of a lot of people, dressed nice, and some people are, you know, hearing impaired. But they also want to partake of this. So something as simple as having someone sign the music or sign the speech means that you've increased your customer base. Simple, not hard. That simple. But the number of people that would watch that compared to as an entire package compared to the people that would have if they were not, it's different. It's the same thing with church, right? Some people, everybody's new school now, churches are trying to do stuff. And you find out that some churches still have like the Yoruba church. These are people who otherwise not have come to church because they don't understand all of this nice English that we speak on the altar. But somebody has done, and that is marketing. Once you understand what marketing is, everything else just pales.
Oh, okay, so now, some people mix this up, marketing and sales. A whole lot. Some places don't even believe that they are different at all. But for those of you in that field, you always see that marketing is different from sales.
Yes.
What's the difference?
Okay, so I like to say this. I say sales is push, marketing is pull.
Okay.
So if I have a product that is ready-made, this is this phone. These are the features of the phone. If I give it to you as a salesperson, my expectation of you is to push it. So you go out to the general public and you tell them, you see this phone, it's the best phone you can buy. This phone is worth this much, right? This phone has this size of screen. This phone has this, you know, many hours on the battery life.
Yeah.
You don't care what that person is about. You are pushing. That is sales.
Okay.
Understand me?
Clear.
So, because I am pushing and I need to bring you over to is why I'll give you discounts, bulk discounts, trade discounts. Do you understand? I'm going to give you a freebie. I tell you, if you sign up, I'll give you this much, or you get this percentage, or there's a particular bonus. That is sales. It's push. You don't care about them. It's just...
I'll stop you here. You will agree with me that that's what we do here in Africa.
My point!
Yeah, we don't do marketing.
We don't. A lot of people do not.
We do sales, right?
We do. Most people do sales and say they're doing marketing.
So,
because if you're doing marketing, remember I said marketing is poor. So marketing is going into that market, going into your target market and saying, what are the gaps? What does this market need that I can provide?
Yeah.
Right? If am I doing something absolutely new? Or if it's something that is not new, what is not being done in that market?
Okay.
So I can own that. And I'm giving you what you need. So if you, let me give you Nigeria, for instance, the people that, sorry, but Burna Boy, Burna Boy bought a Senna last year.
Yeah.
It's a very low vehicle, right? Now, anybody who wants to drive a Lamborghini, they are low vehicles. Now, anything you want to do in Nigeria with a low vehicle is sales.
Okay.
Because it's a low vehicle, we don't have good roads. I'm sorry, but it's fact. We don't have a lot of good roads in Nigeria, right?
True.
So anybody who's going to, sell a car or bring in a car or a vehicle with low clearance is selling. Because if you were doing marketing, you would know that roads are bad, so you need a car with a high clearance. So you go and either produce a car with a high clearance or source of vehicles that have high clearance and then bring them into the country.
Yeah.
Guess what? Just because it's an SUV and it's high, you've already done 50% of the work. And then sales comes in to close that deal.
Yeah.
Because sales says, I know you don't have good roads in your area. I know your estates, the roads are terrible, right? But what I'm selling to you that's going to be the first USP they call out. It's a high clearance vehicle. Yeah. So you don't need to worry about every time. That is marketing that has now passed the baton on to sales.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll give you another good example. There's Beater's brands have become very popular, right?
Okay.
That's another good example of marketing. Because they've looked at it and a lot of Nigerians always say, sugar. Give them some drink. Sugar. Sugar. I don't want sugar. Right?
Yeah.
But then, somebody sat down and said, okay, so you want bitter stuff. How about we package you bitter stuff?
Yeah.
And tell you, it has herbs and, herbal extracts and all of that. It's a big market today.
Yeah.
All the big boys are trying to get into the market.
Sure.
Because the Nigerian market likes that, wants that, and they're giving it that.
Yeah, there is a whole lot I want to ask. Because I want to ask how business owners need to understand the difference between sales and marketing and what will really help their businesses to scale better. But before I do that, or before he answers that question, we'll go on a quick break. And when we return, he must answer that question. I'll be right back. Stay with us.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass words by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged SOUQ 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We'll be having this conversation about marketing in Africa, how we can use it to scale up our businesses and grow the economy of Africa generally. And the guest helping to drive this conversation is Ajayi Femisire, and he's still in the studio with me, breaking it down on how the difference between sales and marketing. And from what he has said so far, most African businesses are actually doing sales and less of marketing. So would you say a company, practically, I think I've established this prior to now, that most African businesses are doing more of sales than marketing?
Yeah, totally. I would say that with my full chest.
Okay, so a business that is more into marketing than sales, what benefit do they stand to gain more than the one pushing sales than marketing?
More money, more growth.
Well, first of all, you believe that marketing is better than sales?
It's not
at this point.
It's not
Let's establish that
than
first.
sales. They work hand in hand.
Okay.
Right? So there's been arguments that people from different schools of thoughts that would say, oh, there's branding, there's marketing, there's sales, you know. But like there's a skit maker, I don't think he's as popular as he used to be, who says, you know, the oga pata pata of them all, right? In my opinion, is marketing.
Okay.
Because for me, marketing is the entire thing, which would include sales, branding, research, technology.
Yeah.
All of these things. They're still in the market though. There's a particular beer brand that was in this country for about 8 months before they said FEM. They were in the market for 8 months, testing, retesting, trying out stuff, seeing how people consume the alcohol, seeing how people consume the beer, and that is marketing. All of that research, which means that by the time they were ready to launch, they knew what they were doing, they knew who they were talking to. So again, you know, there's a slant of strategy to my career, and I always tell people, strategy is not just what you want to do.
Yeah.
Strategy is also about what you will not do. Get it?
Yeah.
Strategy is about what you would not do. So no matter how many people, and I think they just had the Agongo Fish Festival.
Yeah.
This was, I think, 2 weeks ago. No matter how many people are going to be at the Agongo Fish Festival, Mercedes-Benz will never sponsor.
Yeah.
Never. Let all the richest people in Nigeria gather and say they're at Agongo Festival. You'll never see a Mercedes-Benz banner there. Why? It's not their brand. It's not
their thing.
It's not them. So they know themselves. They know who they are speaking to. They know what they stand for. Now, that is marketing. It's not pride. It's just, this is not our market. We know our markets. We know the part of the markets that we want to talk to. And they focus on that. It's a simple thing. The banks who tell you they're commercial banks and they deal more with businesses. It's the same setup, low-key, if you look at it. But they're telling you we're not doing general banking for just everybody. No, we want to focus on these markets, right? I know one of the banks now has something they call female banking or women banking or banking from. You know, they've looked at that and said, look, there are a lot of women in business and they need some specialized help. So we're going to focus on that. Now, that is marketing. Understanding that, look, you know, the people or this gender that maybe are disenfranchised or don't have access to loans as much, or the confidence in granting access, you know, to loans to women because maybe they spend more, maybe they're a bit frivolous, whatever. But, you know, there's a market there. It might be a huge market, it might be a small market, but somebody has done enough research to say there's an opportunity here. And which is why I'm saying that if you do your marketing properly, your bottom line will thank you for it.
Okay, so you were talking about the benefits, the gains of those of organizations or businesses that are into more of marketing than sales.
I'll give you a good example. So I put out a post on my LinkedIn. I think this was earlier today or middle of the night. And there's a particular brand. I don't want to call brands.
No,
I'm not promoting any brand.
No,
you know.
It's okay. They didn't pay you to do that anyway.
You know, they have not.
But some of them pay time. Maybe not for the show.
Right. So, and it's a SOUQ brand. If I describe it, you probably know what it is, right? But it's a SOUQ brand. It's an African brand.
Okay.
So it's a black soap.
Yeah.
Right? And I was shopping the other day, and I noticed that, you know, there were 3 colors. So, like 70% had the same color, white, but, you know, the edge of the soap packaging there were 3 different colors, and I'm like, hold up, what's going on here? Is it fake? You know, then you're starting to look at, well, what's the difference? Why does this have a different type of packaging? And I realized it wasn't about that. It was just 3 different variants. Now, when I say African soap, what comes to mind? I'm seeing your beads and all of that. So, a very African, right? So, if I say African sponge, what comes to your head?
Yeah, anything African.
So, if I say African soap, what comes to, if there's a foreign soap and African soap?
There could be herbs, there could be...
The natural extract, right?
Yes.
And typically, African soap smells very strongly.
Yeah.
Not necessarily off-putting, but it smells very strongly, right? So everybody who knows that particular soap knows it for the strong smell.
Sure.
Again, not necessarily off-putting, but to some, they'll find it off-putting, right? And I was very excited when I realized what happened. It's the kind of innovations that make me excited. They sweet my belly, like they say, right? So what they did was, there was the classic fragrance, which is the standard one everybody has known for years.
Yeah.
Then they had the fresh fragrance. And then they had something called the fragrance-free. A round of applause again, again, and again. Now, let me tell you what they did. They're selling to Nigeria, right? To Nigerians in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And the classic fragrance, you know, where Nigerians or Africans, we kind of, you know, we're used to it.
Yeah.
Good. So we're used to it. And then they decided, look, we want to scale up. We want to expand our horizons. We want to start to export this. A lot of Africans who have jackpot, gone into the diaspora, they're all abroad. Everybody's importing stuff from Nigeria, right? So they know the benefits of the soap. It's African soap. It's good for you. You know, it's got ash, it's got palm extracts and all of that. But I don't like the smell.
Yeah.
right? I don't like the smell. It's too strong. I have my bath, the whole house is smelling.
I
don't. So what do? There's a fresh fragrance, right? So they've taken out the usual traditional low-key, right, type of smell, and then they give you a fresh fragrance.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, anybody who has the bath with that, you don't necessarily have to know it's African soap. It smells different.
Yeah.
Tell me, do they have more customers now or they don't?
Of course, they have more.
Good. Now, the people who say, you know what, even the fresh fragrance, maybe it's not really doing it for me. I want all the benefits of this soap without the noise of the aroma. This everywhere is, smelling because then they have the fragrance free. Now, that is expert level marketing in action. Because they have gotten feedback from all of the countries they've exported to, all the countries they're trying to open new markets in, right? And they realize, look, so people like the soap. They don't like how it smells. People like the soap, but they don't like how strong the odor is. Yeah. So what are we going to do? Have the people who like the normal one that we've been producing, we'll have it for them. We have the fresh fragrance, and then we have the fragrance free.
Yeah.
Tell me, are they selling more or not?
Of course, they'll definitely sell more. So that's what marketing does.
That's marketing in action. Understanding your markets fully. Remember what I said, identifying the customer's needs and anticipating them.
Yeah.
Identifying, anticipating, and satisfying their needs.
Okay, so another thing, I'll take you back to the beginning of our conversation, where the business starts. You said marketing involves the color, marketing involves the graphics, marketing involves a whole lot. Now, where do businesses miss it at the foundation when they're just starting? Most businesses don't even put those things into consideration.
I agree.
Good. So at what point would you say, okay, this is what you should bring in, this is what you should factor in as you were starting? Because most of them have missed it.
So when you do miss this kind of things at the beginning of, your life as a business, there's an opportunity to make amends.
Good.
And that's when innovation comes in, right? So remember that the example I gave you, the soap has been there since, I think they've been producing since 1995 or 2005 or something. It's been there for,
for
a very
ages,
long time.
True.
But, they didn't do away with it. They had done that. So what they did was step it up, right? And innovation was what led to the other two guys, who now or rather, that innovation has allowed them to sell more in newer markets and even to the market that they currently operate in.
True.
Right? So I always beg people, it's not because I'm in marketing, it's not because I run a marketing business, it's not because once you have the idea, your marketing starts. Marketing is the function that goes all the way through. But if you haven't done that from the beginning, it's, like you said, the next best time to do anything is now. Right? Just start to look at it. How can we retrace a couple of things? How do we rebrand? How do we change our tone of voice? How do we start to move towards? Because again, like I said at the beginning, you can't sell to everybody.
True.
Everybody is not your target audience. Everybody is not your target market. Everybody is not your customer.
Okay, so innovation. Something leads to innovation. That's research.
Yes.
Now, most organizations find research as expensive. They see it like that. For me to carry out this research, for me to send people to the field, to do market survey, to ask questions, to do this, to do that, they see it that this is it's
costly.
It's costly. It is not something we can afford, so let's do away with it. Then, another angle to this, some places have actually carried out this research. Implementation is another thing.
God, have mercy.
So, looking at it now, a business that finds carrying out research as one big deal and the one who refuses to implement, how can innovation come in there?
Making money is hard.
Yeah.
Losing money is hard.
I think it's much more easier, though.
Choose your hard. I'll tell you this. So, let's look again at the case in point of my example, the soap. I remember I said they're linked. So marketing has allowed them create new variants, right? So if you're the salesperson working for that brand, do you realize that your work is just cut and sew, like they say? It's very routine at that point. Because the marketing function, right, has taken care of what needs to be done. Right? They understand the customer, they've identified the customer's needs, they've anticipated their needs, and they've satisfied it.
Okay.
Of course, in partnership with the product team, right? And the business as a whole. So if you as a salesperson, you are giving that brand to go and sell, and you go and say, look, this is this soap. Remember I said sales is push. We've created this soap. It's really nice, it helps your skin glow, removes wrinkles. You will call out all the unique selling points of your product.
True.
Sales, push. The customer says, oh yeah, I know it, right? But I don't like the way it smells. What do you do at that point as a salesperson? We have fresh fragrance. We're still smelling. We have fragrance free. The only time you would walk away without making a sale with those kind of options are if the person does not have the money or the intention to buy.
Yeah.
I promise you. So your job is, you're not giving discount. The company is not losing money because discount comes from somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's not money in the air. Any discount you get, somebody's paying for it.
True.
Right? So if you as a salesperson have that many options, it's just like the hotel. There's the standard, there's the deluxe, there's the suite, we have given you options. How do you want it? So, and that's how innovation starts.
Yeah.
And it's just like I said, the hotel, the hospitality industry, it's the same way. Typically you go, everybody, standard type of rooms, 60 rooms, all the same. Somebody said, hey, some people want to come and relax. They want to do honeymoon, right? How about we give them something a bit more upscale, bigger room where they can, and that's how the honeymoon suite was created. That's innovation. That is marketing.
Yeah.
Because they've realized that people that come, it's not only single or travelers, that come to the hotel. People want to come and chill. Some people just want time away from home. Some people just, people are passing through. They don't need all the many things there. They don't. They just want somewhere to sleep. It's work, and they go. So there's a standard room, nothing extra. You have your bed, you have the basic amenities, and you're good. But people want to come and chill. Then we have the honeymoon suite for you. We have the deluxe, we have the this, and we have an innovation led to that. Again, understanding that research does not necessarily have to be expensive is something a lot of business owners need to do. I'll give you an example. I worked in 2015, right? I worked on a campaign for a big, arguably one of the biggest, CSD soft drink brands in the world. And we were going to schools in Nigeria, right? Okay. And then we were sampling, so essentially we're giving samples of the product, and students would queue, and everybody comes, cold bottle of this soft drink, and I, because the team was doing that, and I was just, there trying to see what was going on, and I just realized that out of every 5 students that would come forward to get a bottle of drink, maybe like 2 or 3 of them would say, again, we went to some public schools, right?
Yeah.
So, now don't give us this sausage roll, now just they give us drink.
Nothing to wash and
just they give us drink, and I don't give us this sausage roll.
Yeah.
And it became a thing. And you would realize at that point that is feedback, that's actionable intel.
Yeah.
For you to act on. Nobody paid for any research. There was no R&D set up for that. Real life. And that's why I said understanding fully your audience.
Yeah.
Being immersed in the audience, in your market. And then you see what they need. Remember I said identifying, anticipating, and satisfying.
Yeah.
Right?
I have so many questions, but it's time. Time. But before we go, a little about you. You've worked with so many companies. But first, tell us about your company. What led to it?
This, to a large extent, led to it.
Are you doing this out of passion or?
I'm extremely passionate about it.
Okay, but growing up, at some point, you were not thinking about it.
So growing up, I started in media, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I was on radio, I was on TV. I always knew I was going to end up in marketing, to be fair.
Okay.
And this is, growing up, there's something Yorubas call Faoraja.
Okay, so you interpret that.
Yeah, so Faoraja is essentially someone, or is used to describe someone who is, now I would try my best, right? Who has the mien, who has the warmth, who, you know. So I'm trying to see if I can give a literal interpretation to
that's the sugar.
Yeah, so it was like, you use what you have to buy goods. So you know how some people would say, oh, I'm giving you fizzy because it's you.
Yeah.
You get where I'm coming from? Yeah. So typically I would not give this, but there's an extra because it's you. So growing up, I always was that guy. I would go to the market with my mom. I would move around. I didn't like it because everybody used to send me to the market because they knew once I go to the market, I'm coming back with extra. Right.
Oh,
and it was just, so I was just that guy. I would meet you at your level. I tell people, you need to learn to abase and abound. So if we're doing chopsticks or we're doing fine dining, bring it on. If you want to sit by on the road and, buy bully, bring it on. So I've been that guy. I've been very fluid growing up, right? So I knew that, and again, remember, I said you need to understand your market. So if you're someone who's very posh, and you're trying to sell to the hoi polloi, you're wasting your time. So that happened. I always spoke very well. I always, was interested in having conversations with people. And, media just came. It was just, I started blogging, so I was writing from writing. I went on to do TV, radio, did there for a couple of years. Had my own show on one of the radio stations in Lagos, had stints for TV, and then, I was then brought in to lead a business inside of a consortium that was majorly marketing. And, again, the kind of ideas that I usually brought to bear, brought to the table was there were things that could not be ignored.
Yeah.
So there was no brainstorm session that happened without me being seated. It was not going to happen. We brainstorm. We have a new brief. It's very serious, So it was that, and I just, I think that was when the marketing part to me really blossomed.
Okay.
And it's been that ever since. And remember, like I said, the art of marketing, I'm very passionate about it.
You are in the art side. You said you're not interested in the science part. Right?
The science part is great. It's standard. It's numbers. It makes you look and feel intelligent. But
there's a huge but there. Okay.
The art part is really what connects you. And once there's a connection, you're good.
Okay, so your final word to organizations, businesses that still see marketing as it's just that department. It's just, and they don't actually know what you're missing or what you're losing.
So like I said, it's a disservice to the business.
Okay.
It's a big, big disservice to your business. If you think that the marketing function of your business is just to go and sell, then you're putting so much money on the table. Because once you know who you're talking to, you know how to talk to them, you know where to find them, you know when to talk to them. Once you know everything, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's round peg, round hole. But once you go and you've invested so much money, you've bought equipment, you've bought, you've done production, you've hired people to do stuff, and then someone now tells you, this is not. What now happens is you're now going to spend way much more money in trying to sell. So you're now pushing, and that's a lot of money that you have to spend. But if you've done it properly, you don't need to push. Like I said, you don't sell water to a thirsty man. You don't. If I know that everybody here is thirsty, I don't need to make noise. I will bring water. They will find me.
Yeah.
They would find me.
Sure.
Once one person sees I have water, I will tell everybody that
someone is selling that.
Someone's selling water. I would not say right? And that's literally what it is.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of businesses need to take that part very seriously.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's more money to be made.
Yeah, a whole lot of money. Thank you very much, Femi Sirajoy, for coming on the show today. Yeah, so you, from the name, we understand that, yes, you're a Yoruba person.
Yes, I am.
Yes. So what part of the West are you from?
Oyo.
Oyo State. Okay, so you speak, there's this Yoruba that the Oyo people speak, some part of the Oyo that is so...
Don't do it, don't do it. So I don't... Okay, but yeah, bring it on.
Okay, so I like that. I like that. He said I should bring it on. So you're going to speak that deep Yoruba, that particular one in Oyo State.
After you?
No, not after me though. So you're going to use that. So say hello to your team, your staff, your clients, your fans, your everyone. You're going to say hello to them in Yoruba, the deep one. And be specific, and to tell them to keep watching Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, and of course they should subscribe. Over to you.
Huh. I'm not sure I can, you know, but...
Well, at least you can speak Yoruba.
So...
That's your camera action.
Ẹ̀yin ará tẹ́ wò mí lórí TV, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ máa wo Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. I think that's the best I can do right now.
And I actually heard on. Are you supposed to say on in your head?
Please, I know the show to go to if I'm not going to speak any English.
All right, thank
but
you
I think
so
I'm
much.
trying.
Yes, you did try.
Yeah,
you tried. Yeah. Thank you very much once again for coming on the show.
Thank you so
and
much.
I hope when we call you next time, you'll be available too.
Oh yeah, by all means. I had a blast.
I like that. All right, so today's conversation reminds us that the future of marketing in Africa will not be built in noise, but on nuance. Not just on technology, but on thoughtfulness. Not just on visibility, but on value. As MarTech expands and media evolves, one thing becomes clear. Strategy is the real competitive advantage. Data must meet culture, innovation must meet integrity, and impact must go beyond impressions. The future belongs to brands that listen before they launch. That was what he said. That position before they promote, that builds ecosystems, not just campaigns. So to every marketer, founder, and brand leader watching right now, the question is no longer how do we sell more? It is how do we matter more? Because in Africa's next chapter, attention will be earned, trust will be intentional, and impact will be the true metric of success. This is Just Africa, where we don't just discuss the future, we challenge ourselves to shape it. Until next time, I am Umevi Idolo, and thank you for watching.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website, www.adstudycenter.com, to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Madagascar, the world's 4th largest island, stands as a geographical and ecological marvel of the southeastern coast of Africa. Isolated from the African mainland for over 80 million years, this island nation has evolved into a biological treasure trove found nowhere else on Earth. Over 90% of its wildlife is endemic, meaning it exists only in Madagascar, including the world-famous lemurs, baobab trees that look sculpted by myth, and an astonishing array of reptiles, insects, and plants. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Madagascar not only a focus of global scientific research, but also a symbol of nature's ability to evolve independently and richly. Beyond its natural wonders, Madagascar is home to a deeply diverse and culturally layered society. The Malagasy people trace their ancestry to both Southeast Asia and East Africa, making their culture a rare and fascinating fusion of traditions. This dual heritage is reflected in their language, rituals, architecture, and belief systems. The Malagasy language, derived from the Austronesian language family, is one of the few of its kind spoken on the African continent. This cultural hybridity also extends to cuisine, dance, and storytelling, blending African strength with Asian intricacy in daily life. Madagascar's history is equally distinctive. It developed powerful pre-colonial kingdoms, including the Merina Kingdom, which unified much of the island before French colonization in the late 19th century. Unlike many African countries, Madagascar experienced a relatively centralized monarchy before colonial rule. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, the country has navigated political instability, economic hardship, and natural disasters. Yet, it continues to strive toward democratic governance and sustainable development. Strategically located in the Indian Ocean, Madagascar is positioned as a crucial maritime node for trade, conservation, and regional diplomacy. Its economy, while heavily reliant on agriculture, fishing, and mining, is beginning to explore tourism as a sustainable development path. The island's unique biodiversity, combined with its warm hospitality and rich cultural heritage, makes it a compelling destination for ecotourists, adventurers, and scholars alike. In the face of deforestation, climate change, and poverty, Madagascar's story is one of resilience and irreplaceable natural wealth. It serves as both a warning and a wonder, reminding the world of what can be lost through neglect and what can be preserved through global cooperation and local stewardship. Madagascar is not merely another African country. It is an ecological arc, a cultural crossroads, and a national identity unlike any other on the continent. I'm Moyosore Adebiyi for SOUQ News TV.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
I was in Nigeria up until SS1 third term, SS2, and after that I moved to France where I did my A levels, and then after that I moved to England where I did my undergrad, and then my master's I did in America. And European culture is European culture, right? For me, it's actually quite interesting because I learned so much more about Africa outside Africa, right? Because in the education I had in secondary school, there wasn't really much focus on our history or the greatness that Africa was. It almost seemed more like propaganda history, that our history pretty much just started slightly before colonization, and everything else we've become is either our journey to independence and carrying on the system that we're left with, right? Unfortunately, schooling abroad brought this Afrocentric idea into my consciousness. Books about researchers that showed our history that goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, Timbuktu, the great empire of Mali, learn about people like Mansa Musa, connecting migrations from what is present-day Nigeria in the southwest up onto the Nile Valley, and the different movements, migration patterns that happened between those two civilizations, right? Aside that, governance, giving one a higher expectation of what one should expect from government, giving one a higher expectation of what democracy should be or what it should look like, because you can't really operate outside of what you've been exposed to. You know, when the mind has been expanded, it cannot go back to its former size, right? And experiencing what quality education is like, experiencing what good governance is like, experiencing a health system that works, a health system that is checking on people before they get sick, because they know that on the long run that will keep the cost of healthcare coverage lower. Preventative medicine as opposed to constantly solving problems as they are happening. Understanding the value of data, data-driven policy, and how all these come together to create a system that works and that people can thrive in. Understanding the value of people paying taxes, right? And the services they get in return of those taxes. I think these are some of the things that I got from my exposure schooling abroad. And then when I moved back to Nigeria, I did my NYSC, and then I started working. I worked in some architecture firms while also running mine and getting some projects, and then went into business. And then when I wanted to go into politics, after leading a GMO campaign alongside other notable patriotic Nigerians, I decided that, you know, experiencing leading the 2,000-man march on the Senate and understanding how they responded to us, which in my opinion did not show people that actually prioritize the well-being of their people, I felt that it's important to go into politics. Okay, so I ran for student council president in high school and won. So politics that way, yeah, you can say since I was 19, having an idea, having the manifesto and selling that idea, understanding problems and proffering solutions and implementation strategies. Yeah, so I can say 18, 19. When I came back and after the GMO, for those that don't know, genetic modified foods, we led a 2-year campaign against the Ministry of Agriculture that was chaired at the time by Akinwumi Adesina to prevent the adoption of genetic modified foods in Nigeria. And that process, engaging on politicians and our representatives, I felt that Nigerians deserve better. And I'm not one to just complain and point fingers or tweet on social media. I believe if you engage in something, you need to see it all the way. So I ran for local government chairman. But before that, I actually went to Unilag and got a master's in research and public policy. Now, I had some very brilliant professors, without a doubt, some very, very brilliant professors. People like Professor Jikutu, people like Professor Logbenla, Onoha, a number of very brilliant people. But at the same time, in relation to the level of organization, there's still a way to go, you know. And I think this also comes down to funding our universities properly, ensuring that our professors are well paid, ensuring that we have enough professors, because a lot of our professors, they are taking so many classes with so many students and they have to bring in their A game to all of these things. We need to prioritize education a lot more in this country, you know. Nigerians are some of the most brilliant human beings in this world. Brilliant, and I'm talking, I just named 3 different countries that have operated in terms of education. And then there are some other 4 countries that have done work in and I currently have interest in. And Nigerians are there and they are doing wonderful things, right? So we are an intelligent group of people. What we need are the structures and organization that create an enabling environment for us to thrive. I mean, think about what it takes to be successful in this country today. Think about what it takes to be successful in Lagos. Now, imagine a government that puts everything in place and is more like a partner than, you know, this person that's just trying to take from you, right? You would experience an exponential increase in wealth. I think that a person that values education must have had a very good education. If you don't value education, it's a reflection of your own education. I can't think of somebody that's experienced good education that will not prioritize education, because you will know the power of education. And this goes to show when we talk about how it's okay for someone with a NEPA certificate to be our president, and we see the ruin that it brought Nigeria to, or a person that's using lawyers to hide the certificates, right? it will reflect in the quality of your education. So I feel that we need to start demanding more from people that aspire to lead us. Go and look at the quality of education that the leaders of America got. They either went to Yale or Harvard or recently Princeton, Ivy League schools. The top of us have to lead. This idea that you can just pick anybody to lead you to where? This person is like this with you. Where is he leading you to? What vision is this person bringing that is outstanding? Your leader should be outstanding. He cannot be, or she cannot be part of the flock. You understand? They must be outstanding, either in their strength of character. So you look at America when they want to select their president, George Washington. Why? Because when there was war, the man stood in front. He was a leader. Intelligence, he was a leader. These were people that were inventors. Benjamin Franklin. These were people that were inventing things. They were not just thought leaders. They were on ground. They were policy leaders. They were kings in their own right. It was not a commoner. And I don't mean commoner in the sense of money. You see, people think it's just about money. No, it's about what are your values? What are you willing to stand for? What do you stand for? Right? If the wind blows, you just move to the place that favors your pocket. You clearly don't have a backbone. So how can you lead? And people will say, okay, they just want somebody that they can associate with. Yes, but associate with in what way? In poverty and failure and mediocrity, or in success and a vision that benefits you, your family, and your children, and the greater society, right? Because if you think about it, I say this thing in most interviews I do. My father tells me that his father told him that Nigeria was better in his day. My father told me Nigeria was better in his day. My father graduated, there were jobs, you could get car, like only the man had to work, the wife could be a housewife, and they were comfortable. They did not need to steal, to travel, to go on holiday, right? He came into that, quality education, there was public education, right? His father was a judge, his father's driver who sent his child to the same school as his boss's son, and they got quality education. Now, I can tell my children that I remember a time when Nigeria was better, when I would change 1 million naira and get 4,000 pounds. I can barely get 1 million naira now with 500 pounds. Do you understand? So it's perpetually in a nosedive. And why is that? Lack of continuity in quality leadership and visionary leadership, right? No leader that is truly focused on creating a Nigerian identity that celebrates our uniqueness and our differences and sees that as a resource as opposed to something that divides us, right? People that are traveling to the UAE, they are going there to enjoy the culture. And this culture is old, it's ancient, but they've repackaged it. That makes people want to come and visit, want to come and spend their hard-earned money there, right? And this is the visionary type of ideas I'm talking about that will create jobs, right? Well, you know, it's a very interesting one. I grew up in a Nigeria where I went to ISL, and speaking traditional languages was called, there's a word for it, starts with C, not vernacular, there was something else. There's another word, it starts with a C. You could not do that. It was against the school rules, right? And you get punished for that. And then even at the time, there was this whole idea of this person, this is local. Like young people, I remember young people saying that is local. The people were not interested with identifying with Nigerian music. Then it was hip hop, it was about Biggie, Puff Daddy, you know, international music. I'm sure I'm betraying my age now. Well, my age is not 80 now, 42. But I'm talking about the time where nobody was wearing trad. We grew up seeing our parents wearing suits, trousers and shirts, you know. And like I said, I don't feel that the education that we got in Nigeria really laid any foundation for you to look deeper into our history, into our culture. And I know this now because I've experienced education elsewhere. And I know how the British lay emphasis on their history. So that even if you're an art student or a science student, you had an in-depth knowledge of the history of your people. And this history is not just a linear one. It's one that is connecting different events and moments and always trying to show your people to be great, right? So you see the British will hide the idea of the part they played in slavery and enslavement. It will not be prominent in the history, but where they conquered or where they uprooted slavery from the African continent, the role they played in doing that will be highlighted, right? That is curated. Now you might say that's not right, it's not fair, but they're programming their citizenry. And that is what a thinking government will prioritize. Same thing with America, right? So I don't really feel we had that in our education system. But then there was an Afrocentric awakening that happened later on. And this had also happened earlier. The kind of thinking that informed people like Nnamdi Azikiwe when he traveled to America, the kind of thinking that informed Fela Anikulapo Kuti when he traveled to America, or even to England, where he met Afro-British people that knew the histories of Africa, that awoken that idea in him, in Fela, in Nnamdi Azikiwe, in a number of Africans, in Kwame Nkrumah, right? They didn't get it at home, they got it elsewhere, and they came and they brought that, we are African, we are great, black is beautiful, you know? And when you open that doorway, it then starts to lead you into understanding your culture more, understanding the depth of it, you see? And it's not our fault, right? We're conquered, our kings were removed. At least the kings that had the courage to fight, they were removed, they were exiled, some were killed. Our people were kidnapped with the collaboration of some Africans. Our people were kidnapped and sold. Some of the strongest men were kidnapped and sold. So you have diaspora cousins and everybody outside of the country, the few that were saved, you know, were brought back. But you now had a situation of religion. And unfortunately, the religion that came through in partnership with colonization pretty much said to us that everything that we were before them was bad, was evil, was demonic. So you have a people that claim that they are from a certain tribe, speak the language, but the depth of the thinking they associate with being evil. So there's still a significant level of identity crisis that we struggle with. And you don't really see that with Indians who were colonized by the British. You don't really see it with the Chinese who also dealt with their own level of colonization, nor the Japanese, right? And you see, understanding your identity or crafting your identity as a people, because China, as we're seeing it today, was not just monolithic. It was not just one group of people. There are huge, different groups of people all over China, different tribes, but they were united by a visionary king. Similar thing happened in Japan, right? Similar thing happened in England, right? In England, you had part in what you call England, or what was Great Britain or England at a point. You had the Welsh, you had the Scottish, you had the Irish, right? You know, And they were united at a point by a conqueror, right? So sometimes you also craft identity. Sometimes identity is created by facing a threat that is bigger than all of you independently. So you have to come together to face that. And sometimes it's just visionary leadership, right? You see visionary leadership in Singapore with Lee Kuan Yew. We saw that creates an identity that you can be proud of. Like there is no China man now, or even if there will be very few that will not be proud of China and not want to be associated with the bigger identity of China as opposed to their identity as a tribe, because China is so great and it pays you to be associated with it. It is when there's a failure in that bigger identity that people recoil back to their smaller identity, right? And that's what you find going on in a lot of places. But all in all, yeah. I think the government, you see, what has happened is because we've had governments or politicians that don't really have a vision to sell, they rely on selling division, because the classic divide and rule strategy. If you have a vision, you want to sell a vision and unite people. Visions unite people, right? So you sell a vision, so people unite behind the vision. When you don't have a vision, so you sell the vision so that people can be separated. When you separate people, it's easier to rule over them. And you see that has happened significantly from the last election, right? And you then see in how the government has ruled this country. Significant nepotism, significant levels of corruption, significant levels of lack of transparency or accountability. You see that the government is very extractive without really paying any attention to being accountable to the people they want to extract from. You see that they talk about stopping subsidy payments. And there was a hope that those monies that would have otherwise been used for subsidies would have been put to make life easier for the Nigerian. Life is not easier for the Nigerian. Inflation rates are at an all-time high, right? Insecurity is at an all-time high. For the first time in decades, we're having a foreign country bombing our land, our territory, which is an indictment on the failure of our security system. And you think about how much money is spent on these things, on our army, on our military, that goes unaccounted for. And you see how corruption is rewarded by ambassadorial appointments. You know, so there's a lot of politicking as opposed to governance. And it is in quality governance, creating excellence in governance, where you are moving away from personalities to institutions, and people are now normalizing an excellent standard of service, right? So it's no more about the personalities, it's about the quality of governance. Once that starts to be ticked, right, people will start to embrace the idea of Nigeria. When Nigeria is playing football, nobody is saying that man is from this tribe, this person is from this tribe, especially if we are doing well. Everybody wants to be associated with that greatness that is Nigeria. When I finished school, I'm telling you, I went to school where you did not have to leave the school to get the best jobs. Those companies came to do interview on campus. And I'm saying that myself and all my friends that were Nigerian were rushing to move back to Nigeria. It's not that we did not have the jobs or the potential jobs. We were so excited about Nigeria at the time under President Obasanjo, what he had achieved, the quality of his governance, the quality of his ministers, that there was a significant fear of missing out. And so many people, and I tell this to young people today, that there was a time where people were rushing back from countries like America, from England, and they can't imagine it, you know? So it's about creating good governance, creating excellence in governance. And everybody wants to be associated with success and greatness. There was a time where we had governments that were very empathetic to the common man. They were welfarist to an extent. Governments like Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. And that was really the ideology of Obafemi Awolowo. It was very welfarist. So civil servants did not have to hustle for housing. They had quality housing in prime areas. Affordable housing was a priority. It was prioritizing the people that were the middle class, that were the working class. That is the role of government. But you find that now government is more fixated on producing properties or being involved in properties for the rich. Whether it is how they are allocating land, whether it is in how they are sand filling. I mean, how many Nigerians can afford to live at Eko Atlantic? I read this year where they were proudly talking about how they are sand filling and reclaiming land in some parts of Lagos for housing. By the time you've done all of that, your unit cost will be so significant that no average person will be able to afford to live there. Meanwhile, we have huge tracts of land in Ojo, Amuwo, Badagry, Ikorodu, Ekpe, Ibeju-Lekki that we can channel proper urban planning, bring in industries there, and focus on creating infrastructure that makes people want to live there. And then creating local governments that are independent in themselves. So most of the major services you need are in there. So nobody's going from Ikeja to Yaba for school. These are things that cause traffic. It's like the boroughs in London. You cannot even get into a borough outside of where you pay your council tax. Why? Because your taxes are used to fund the schools in that community. So it's a direct correlation. So your child can get into schools in the immediate vicinity of where you live. And that local council is doing their best to create affordable housing, council flat, and unemployment benefits, things like that, from the taxes. You understand? And that's what is missing significantly here. You've talked about flooding. Flooding is tied to our drainage systems and it's tied to our waste disposal systems and waste management systems, right? That in itself is also tied to the traffic that we have, especially in rainy season. It's also tied to traffic outside of rainy season because if your water is not draining properly, it's destroying your roads. That's how we then get potholes. That also causes traffic. That also spoils cars, which then leads to cars breaking down the road, which then leads to traffic. So it's an entire holistic system that must be solved in a holistic way. And there's a famous saying that you can never solve a problem from the same headspace or mindset in which that problem was created. You must step out of it to solve that problem. So this problem must be solved in a holistic way. Why are our gutters still open? All these are our elites, they're not even elite. Our politicians, our political leaders, they travel abroad. Shibe, our president, has gone to, I think he's gone somewhere to Europe and then the Middle East. I'm sure he's not seeing open gutters when he goes to Dubai, right, or England or France, right? I'm sure he knows of the proper drainage systems in these places, right? So we need to do better as a people. I even think it's wrong to use Lagos as a mirror. You cannot compare Lagos to any other state in this country. Lagos, first, was a water-facing arm for the Benin Empire at a point, which was very powerful at a point. It was, aside from the Awori and children of Olofin that came and settled it, the monarchy was from Benin, and it was a water-facing arm of the Benin Empire. Then Lagos then received all the influx of Europeans that came in for colonization. Lagos was the port in which Nigeria was formed. There was a time where all politics in Nigeria happened in Lagos. Everybody from all over came to Lagos. Think about the level of exposure. Think about the level of development from back then. Think about the level of commerce, level of finance from back then. Then you now had influx of returnees that had either paid for their freedom or people that were saved, that were never enslaved and got education in Sierra Leone, because that was where the first secondary school was, and came back. I'm talking about people like Samajai Crowder, grandfather of Herbert Macaulay, Henry Carr, H.O. Davis, and so many others that literally laid the foundation for the freedom and independence that we then got later on. Think about the intellectual capital that came in here. Think about all the skill sets that came into Lagos, the buildings that were built, the level of development, the amount of resource that came into Lagos with that. Then after that, Lagos then became this capital. Think about all the investments that came with that, all the infrastructure that was created by the Nigerian state before it now relocated to Abuja. And then today, Lagos is now the commercial capital. Most companies that exist in this country have their headquarters here. So it's extremely unfair to compare. Lagos State is like that child that has been blessed and blessed and blessed. You know, it's like all the other children were on the farm and all the prophets were just coming and blessing and blessing and blessing. It's not fair to compare Lagos to any other state. It cannot be compared. But yes, that's the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is the extreme need for infrastructure, right? Which, I mean, we have huge IGR because of the human beings that are here. So those money should be put into creating infrastructure for them to have a beautiful quality of life, to be more productive, to be able to earn more, which would then increase the IGR that Lagos generates, right? You know, so it's all tied into each other. Well, first of all, it's not a thing that's unique to me. You know, the APC Lagos especially, the APC Lagos arm of politics is bigotry. It's based on bigotry. I mean, there's still pictures of banners that were hung of Jimmy Agbaje being called Jimmy Chukwu, governor of the Southeast. He's a man that is blue blood from Ikorodu. We know his grandfather, we know his antecedents, we know what he did. This is not somebody that his history or his pedigree or his name or his age or his sex is under question or under any kind of controversy. We know him. We know his grandfather, we know his father, we know his family, right? And this is what they did. So anybody that seemingly rises to challenge the Tinubu hegemony, the first thing that is challenged is your Yorubaness, right? I remember when they were saying that even somebody like Padi Banjo, the reason why he supported Peter Obi or was anti-Tinubu was because his mother was Igbo. Or they've said Obasanjo's father is this. Anytime somebody challenges the Tinubu hegemony, they attack your identity. They try to strip you of your Yorubaness. In my situation, unfortunately for them, they could not challenge my family. They could not challenge our history. There are all sorts of nonsense. But I give God the glory that my parents are alive. You know, I give God the glory that my family has a very good habit of keeping records, all the way to newspaper articles from the 1800s. So imagine if one did not have that. Imagine if one's parents were not alive and these people just came to get out this propaganda. You start questioning, what's really going on? But I thank God, I come from a family that history has written a lot about, you know, so we know who we are. And as Lagosians, Amorawa, we know ourselves. Because one is in politics now, there are a lot more things that people are saying about me. But I've been Afrocentric for a very long time. All you need to do is go and read my blogs. I still have a blog under if you search for it, The Hopeful Nigerian. And I've been advocating for history to return back to our schools, our traditions, our culture, the idea that no, not everything that existed before the Rainbow Man came here was bad, right? There's bad in everything. There are people that call themselves Muslims that are killing people. There are people that were calling themselves Christian that were doing crusades and massacring people. I mean, for goodness sake, the first slave ship that came to Africa was called Jesus. The Pope blessed people that were going to go and kill indigenous people all over the world. So there are good and bad people in every culture, in every belief system, right? And this idea that everything that we were before Christianity or any of the major religions means that we are bad. I've been against that for decades, right? And that's not common. That's not common in this part of the world. And I know the backlash that I got for that, but I'm somebody that fortunately I can afford to live my truth, you know? I can afford to do that. So what you saw is just me on my journey. A lot has been consistent. It's just now it is obvious. People are seeing it. It's in people's faces. And I'm coming of age. I'm growing, you know? My first title was the Obalefon of Lagos that I got from the Obatala Temple in Ife, right? And that ties into my belief system that, you know, there is an African spiritual science, right? The entire binary code in which we build our computers is based on African traditional science, right? The understanding of time not being linear, but being circular and intertwining, right? These are things that quantum physics is proving, right? So you find that we have known things from time that science, Western science, is just interpreting and bringing to common knowledge now, right? And that is something that I will grow in. And you know, as some will say, your head calls certain things to you. You know, so that title is something that I embrace because, you know, it's something that I've understood and it's something I value. It's very important to me. And then also I am the Are of Igbale Koka, which is the house that was headed by Justice Koka. He was the Olori Eyo at a point, and Baba Isale of Lagos. So those are the titles that I have, that I got recently. As relates to Yoruba titles, I also have an Igbo title, Ochiaga of Ndibo in Lagos State. Aside that, I was initiated into the Awe Adimu, and as a son of Lagos, you know, these are things that we hold very dear to us. I mean, you've been around my house, I'm sure you've seen plenty of your paintings. And if you go into any indigenous house, most of them, you see something Eyo. It will just be there, right? Either it's the Okwan Bata and the hat, or a sculpture, or something, because it symbolizes our heritage, our ancestral heritage, our ancestral culture. It's our day to show, you know, who we are as a people, because Lagos, like I said, is a cosmopolitan port, so sometimes our identity gets lost, and there are always different groups that, you know, it's almost like when you talk about the history of Lagos, it's somehow covered by the history of Nigeria, because so much of the history of Nigeria happened in Lagos. But we have our own history, a very rich history, with a lot of intrigues, right? And your festival is for Lagos Island, a way of showing our uniqueness, our heritage, our culture. And that is not to say that it's only limited to Lagos Island. You know, we have brothers that are coming, Ikorodu, coming from Ekpe, coming from Badagry, and then all of these places also have their own rich culture and heritage. Like the Zangbeto Festival in Badagry is amazing. I cannot wait for it to be properly mainstream, for the government to actually bring it into mainstream culture. You also have the masquerades in Ekpe, in Ikorodu, masquerades all over the mainland, you know, all that Ikeja, Fakojai area, they have that culture there as well. These things need to be mainstreamed. They need to be brought into and repackaged, right? The tradition itself, the masquerades, the pageantry is beautiful, it's perfect. It's now the environment at which it operates, right? We need to create the environment that will pull tourists in, make them feel safe, make them feel comfortable, clean environments, right? That can now create these things with world-renowned cultural experiences that people fly in because they want to come and see. Think about the Brazilian carnival, right? You know, I mean, yeah, things like that. We want people to fly in because this is how you generate income for those communities and, you know, also puts us on that world map. 2025 was a very difficult year for a lot of people. I mean, 2024 was difficult because that was the first shock. But 2025 has not been easy at all. A lot of companies have laid off staff, right? Things are extremely expensive. Go and ask anybody that's about to pay their rent. They've seen their rents double. People that rented a place for 3 million are now looking at paying 8 million, right? People that got a place for 500,000 are now looking at 1.5, right? I have to acknowledge that there is a new bill that's passed in the State Assembly that is pushing for monthly payments of salaries that's protecting tenants, and I think that's a very, very good thing. Implementation of it, our laws are not the problem, it's the implementation of it.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FEMWASH Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the African Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, you don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the company merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust brand that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were earned from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area, Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, the first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of African capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout memories, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sports. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side does not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
wise men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos State, Nigeria. I am Sarah Ozoanta. Here are today's top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Monday vowed to establish state police to tackle insecurity nationwide. The Ministry of Finance says the federal government is negotiating to secure up to $5.7 billion in strategic Chinese investments across key sectors. ECOWAS and Spain have signed 2 memoranda of understanding on the 2025 to 2028 cooperation program to strengthen regional resilience and integration. In another news, Canada says it would assist Cuba amid worsening fuel shortage caused by U.S. restrictions on oil supplies. And in the world of sports, reports say Galatasaray struggles to pay players, including Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, due to high wages. We'll bring you details of the news in a moment. Begin on the home front, Nigeria, where reports reaching us indicates that the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, reduced the monetary policy rate, MPR, by 50 basis points from 27% to 26.5% at its 304th meeting. Other key parameters were left unchanged. Now, the cash reserve ratio remains at 45% for commercial banks and 16% for merchant banks, while the liquidity ratio is maintained at 30%. The standing facilities corridor continues at plus 50 to minus 450 basis points around the MPR. In another news, we also have reports reaching us live in our studio that the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has resigned, and he This was on the instruction of the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It was gathered from a source in the presidency on Tuesday that Egbetokun is to be replaced by the AIG, Tunji Disu, the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Force CID Annex in Lagos State. Further details surrounding the leadership change are to be released in due course. Moving on, still in Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Monday night has vowed that his administration would establish state police to tackle insecurity across the country. The president also assured Nigerians that the promises he made is going to stand true. President Tinubu spoke while hosting state governors to an interfaith fasting, breaking of the fast at the presidential villa in Abuja. The meeting was held to observe Ramadan and Lent with the governors, whom he urged to redouble their efforts to ensure that grassroots communities, where hope sometimes flickers, are not neglected. Our reporter sampled the thought of a respondent on the issue.
I want to believe it will. Little, because the state police supposed to be the local personnel. But Nigerian consciousness or mindset needs to be changed, because I remember when I was born, I saw the uniform, Nigerian police uniform, changed 1 million times, and yet the mindset of the people are not changed. So I respect them to do a different thing. And I want to believe that the governor who will be on the seat or will be in charge of the state police will not manipulate the system against their political enemies, perceived enemies. So, but if they are willing to work, they can make a change. Even with the present centralized police system, it can work. It is a mindset of the people. It's the people themselves. It's not the system. It's the people themselves. You understand? So there is no magic. There is no story. The whole world is programmed if we are willing to do the right thing. That's all.
Moving on to other stories, a fire outbreak at the old terminal of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos State on Monday disrupted flight operations, stranded passengers, and triggered diversions, compounding travel delays and operational uncertainty across airlines. Preliminary investigation revealed that the fire originated from the IT server room from one of the floors within the E-wing of the departure lounge, with adjoining impact on the radio communication room. Through coordinated multiple agency efforts, the fire was successfully confined, preventing further spread to other sections of the building under reconstruction, which initially proved difficult due to inaccessibility to the seat of fire given the nature of the structure. Notably, all 12 personnel within the control tower were safely rescued, while 6 others were rescued with injuries but in stable condition from other sections of the building. Ongoing investigation into the cause of the inferno will be revealed in subsequent report. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has signed the latest amendment to the Electoral Act, a move hailed by some as a step towards strengthening Nigeria's electoral system, but criticized by others over concerns about fairness and transparency. On the streets, reactions are mixed. Some think only divine intervention can fix our electoral process. Take a listen.
The signing of the Electoral Act, as long as I'm concerned, it has no meaning. Though the president tries by quickly signing it to law, and we appreciate the National Assembly. But as long as I am concerned as a person, there is no transparency, there is no sincerity among Nigerian politicians. Because Nigerians are not sincere with themselves. And I've heard many people say that because Nigeria is not mature enough to go electronically voting, which is very wrong. It's a very wrong understanding. Because we have economic transparency now. You can see BRT here. BRT here is coordinated with the card. Once your card there, the money in the card is finished. You cannot get into the system again, which is a coordination. We have POS coordinated as well. Anybody can withdraw money anywhere, any day, anyhow. And you have your GSM. All these things are electronically coordinated. And if Nigeria is willing to have free and fair election, nothing stops us from coordinating our voting and transmitting directly to the system. If if we want transparency, there is nothing we cannot do. God has blessed us intellectually and otherwise. So, but it's only that we have our own hidden agenda. That is why they are giving all these excuses, which is not tenable to intellectuals like us.
Critics, however, remain cautious. They argue the law does not go far enough to tackle long-standing electoral challenges.
Well, if you look at it, how Nigeria been now, the way things are going, Nigerians know what is right to do. So whether they sign to law or they don't sign to law, if they want to do what they want, they should want to do it. But what we need in Nigeria is a transparency and let someone who want to do very well. So that was there, because how Nigeria is going now is not, it's appalling. Sure, let me put it that way. So whether they sign or not sign, if Nigeria wants things that's good, they know what is good. But they don't want to do it. Nigeria know what is good. They don't want to do it.
Well, I really can't say for sure because we've had records in the past of elections not being free and fair in this country. But we can only hope and pray for the best. So let's just hope that there will be a change with this. We just hope and pray that they keep to this new law that has been signed. That's the most we can do. I always cast my vote, whatever be the case. We always do our parts and leave the rest for God. Yes.
Observers note that the legislation marks a significant development in Nigeria's political landscape, and analysts will be watching closely how its provisions are implemented in upcoming elections. Moving on to other stories, the presidency of Nigeria has defended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's executive order, which halted revenue deductions by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and other agencies. It said the Petroleum Industry Act violates and is not superior to the Nigerian Constitution. The special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, stated that criticism of the directive by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria demonstrated a lack of understanding of the Constitution, supremacy over ordinary legislation. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria had on Friday opposed the presidential fiat, accusing the president of violating the Petroleum Industry Act with his revenue retention order. Now, the Ministry of Finance on Monday said the federal government is deepening negotiations to secure up to $5.7 billion in strategic investments from China across critical sectors of the economy. In a statement issued after a meeting in Abuja, the ministry revealed that the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, received a high-level delegation from GCL Group in Abuja, led by Orji Uzokalu, as Nigeria moves to secure up to $5.7 billion in strategic investments across power, mining, and industrial manufacturing. According to the statement, the proposed funding is expected to cover energy generation, mineral development, and industrial production. The engagement, it explained, forms part of broader efforts to expand productive capacity and reposition the economy through carefully targeted foreign direct investments. Moving on to other stories, the Association of Power Generation Companies has firmly rejected claims by presidency sources that 2.8 trillion naira constitutes a newly verified and final settlement of legacy debts owed to electricity generation companies, describing the assertion as inaccurate and misleading. In a statement titled APGC Position on Misleading Reports regarding GENCO's debt reconciliation, issued on Monday in Abuja, the Chief Executive Officer of the association, Joy Ogaji, said the figure did not emerge from any officially concluded reconciliation process. She urged those behind the claim to disclose the basis for their computation. On Monday, journalists reported that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had approved the payment of 2.8 trillion naira to generation companies as the federal government's verified liability for accumulated electricity subsidies dating back to 2010. Still to come in the news, China has called on the United States to abandon what it described as unilateral tariffs while signaling readiness to engage in another round of trade negotiations. We'll be back with more stories right after this break.
Wole Soyinka. Born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation have signed two memoranda of understanding under the ECOWAS AECID program 2025 to 2028, aimed at strengthening regional resilience, inclusion, and integration across West Africa. The partnership will prioritize rural development, gender equality and equity, and the empowerment of women and girls while supporting key sectors, including agriculture and food security, energy, access, infrastructure, and institutional development in line with ECOWAS Vision 2050. The Memorandum of Understanding marks a renewed and strengthened partnership between ECOWAS and AECID, underscoring their shared commitment to sustainable development, regional stability, and economic growth. The agreements are expected to advance regional integration and deliver tangible improvement to communities across West Africa, particularly for women and girls, while reinforcing institutional capacity in the region. The cost of shipping oil has climbed to its highest level in 6 years, driven by a surge in crude exports from the Middle East. According to industry sources, traders are accelerating vessel bookings amid fears of possible military conflict between the U.S. and Iran. Data from reports showed that the daily cost of hiring a very large crude carrier to move up to 2 million barrels from the Middle East to China has more than tripled since the start of the year. Rates rose above $170,000 per day on Tuesday, marking the highest level since April 2020. The spike reflects tightening vessel supply and rising geopolitical risk along critical oil transit routes. Moving on to Asia, where stocks stabilized after a wobbly start on Tuesday as a fresh AI-linked sell-off on Wall Street rattled investors, with sentiment also hurt by heightened anxiety over United States President Donald Trump's tariff policy and geopolitical tensions. MSCI's broadest index of Asia-Pacific shares outside Japan was on track for fresh highs after a 7-day rally, advancing 0.3% as benchmarks in Taiwan and South Korea both hit their highest level on record. Tokyo's Nikkei 225 rose 0.9% and China's CSI 300 gained 1.2% as markets there played catch-up after a holiday. S&P 500 E-mini futures were up 0.3%. Now, China has called on the United States to abandon what it described as unilateral tariffs while signaling readiness to engage in another round of trade negotiations with the world's largest economy. The appeal was contained in a statement released on Tuesday by China's commerce industry. Beijing said it would determine at the appropriate time whether to adjust its countermeasures in response to the latest U.S. tariff moves. Officials stressed that dialogue remains the preferred option for resolving trade frictions. However, they reaffirmed that China would take necessary steps to protect its economic and trade interests as tensions persist between both countries. Still in China, the region has prohibited the export of dual-use items to 20 Japan entities it claims supplies Japan's military, escalating tensions with Tokyo. The restriction was announced on Tuesday by China's Commerce Ministry, Beijing, and it is leveraging its dominance in critical supply chains to intensify pressure on Japan amid deepening diplomatic strains. The action signals a tougher stance as both sides navigate worsening political relations. The move follows renewed frictions after Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi, who previously angered Beijing with remarks on Taiwan, secured a sweeping mandate in a landslide election victory this month. The dispute highlights growing strategic rivalry between the two Asian powers. Still to come on the news this afternoon, Canada says it will provide assistance to Cuba as the island confronts deepening fuel shortages. We'll be right back after this break.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
In the United States, President Donald Trump's new global tariffs have come into effect at 10% after the Supreme Court blocked many of his sweeping import taxes on Friday. Just hours after last week's ruling, the president signed an executive order to impose the new levy from 24th of February. He later threatened to raise the tariff to 15%, but has not yet issued an official directive to increase the rate at the time of filing this report. The administration is applying the levy under Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act, which allows the president to impose the charge for 150 days without congressional approval. A new study has revealed that nearly 90% of the oil trading in leveraged single-stock ETFs in the U.S. market can be traced to transactions by individual investors. The data shows that the proliferation of these exchange-traded vehicles, which allow investors to speculate on short-term moves in an underlying stock, has been almost entirely driven by their allure for these retail investors. The study also found that last year, trading in the leveraged single-stock ETFs accounted for 8% of total trading on all U.S. exchanges. According to data, there are now 355 leveraged single-stock ETFs listed in the United States, all but 80 of which have been launched since January 2025. Canada said on Monday it will provide assistance to Cuba as the island confronts deepening fuel shortages following new U.S. measures aimed at restricting oil supplies that have tightened pressure on Havana's government in recent weeks amid tensions regionally. Washington has escalated its campaign against the communist-run nation, seeking to curb energy flows and intensify economic strain. Officials in Ottawa signaled that their support will help stabilize essential services and cushion the impact of supply disruptions across the island. Canadian authorities did not detail the scale of assistance, but emphasized solidarity with the Cuban people during the crisis. The move underscores shifting regional dynamics as allies respond to mounting geopolitical and economic pressures in the Caribbean this year. Moving on to the world of sports, where reports have surfaced in Turkey about Galatasaray's struggle to pay players' salaries, including that of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, during a bloated wage bill. But insiders in Istanbul have claimed that the player is happy at the club. It was reported that some players have not received their wages for the past 2 to 3 months after beating Juventus 5-2 at home last week. Galatasaray lost 2-0 away to Konyaspor over the weekend, and the rumors have emerged, raising questions about the team's selection. Still in sport news, Alex Iwobi played down talk of European qualification after inspiring Fulham to a 3-1 Premier League victory over Sunderland, insisting the club will continue to take the season step by step. according to reports. The Nigeria international scored once and provided an assist as Fulham secured maximum points at the Stadium of Light, moving into the top half of the table and strengthening their push up the standings. The former Arsenal midfielder finished a swift counter-attack, calmly slotting past Sunderland goalkeeper Robin after meeting a precise through ball from Harry Wilson. It is the third time in the league since joining Fulham that Iwobi has both scored and assisted in the same match, having previously achieved the feat against Liverpool in April 2025 and Brentford in September 2025. And that's a wrap on the news this afternoon, but before we go, here's a recap of our top stories. President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on Monday vowed to establish state police to tackle insecurity nationwide. The Ministry of Finance says the federal government is negotiating to secure up to $5.7 billion in strategic Chinese investments across key sectors. ECOWAS and Spain have signed 2 memoranda of understanding under 2025 to 2028 cooperation program to strengthen regional resilience and integration. Canada says it will assist Cuba amid worsening fuel shortages caused by U.S. restrictions on oil supplies. And in the world of sports, reports say Galatasaray struggles to pay players, including Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, due to high wages. Many thanks for joining us on the news. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms. I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. Good afternoon. Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that bar road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know why? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Uyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on top the eye 95.9 FM.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that When the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I've met people that does medium and small. I've met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, where are you going to be? So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, person want to do the business, you know, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital, no amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, but one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Is not a chance. I want to say with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack, this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can say this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. Conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who founded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people
And I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder officially, because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 1996. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza me. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Tested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1, but we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road, they will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashonu. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in Angle 90, some people in Angle 180, some people in Angle 360, some people in Angle 60, supporting one team. It does not all go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the Supporters Club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the Supporters Club, as we speak, is Reverend Samuel Ikpea. He coordinates the activities of the Supporters Club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the President General because we have Supporters Club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the President of the Supporters Club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the Chairman of the Supporters Club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the Supporters Club is called President. In Anglophone countries, the head of Supporters Club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the Supporters Club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8-9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem, and I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, I've